Hello, my dear friend. Welcome back once again to Blind Dad Does. My name is Ira, and I hope that you're having a very, very good day. Today, I'm on a little bit early because I felt really in the mood to do some art, and so I figured, well, the best thing to do would be to hop on and do it, right? Right? Indeed. So hopefully you guys are having a good night, having a decent time. I don't know, whatever case that might be, but either way, let's have a little bit of fun, shall we? So I'm alone tonight. Jolene passed out early, way early, like an hour ago early, like at 5 o'clock p.m. early because she was so exhausted. So we're going to just kind of do things on our own. And unfortunately, I lost the little condom off of my microphone and I don't know where it's at. I think one of the cats got a hold of it and ran off with it. So if there's a little bit extra poppiness on my voice, I do apologize for that. But it is what it is and we have to deal with what we've got, right? Right? Exactly. But anyways, in either way, either case, hopefully everybody out there is having a good night and having a good time and doing whatever it is that one will do out there, whatever that may be. So what is everybody up to today? What you guys got going on? I don't know exactly what I'm going to do today. I just felt like in the mood to get something done. And yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. Yesterday, I was able to get a couple of different pieces completed, and I can show you guys what those were like. So the first one would be, let's see. Nope, not that one. That one I did a couple of days ago. Here we go. So this one is one that I was able to get complete while on the stream last night, and it was pretty cool. It turned out interesting and unique, I think. Very different from my normal form, but I really like how it came out, and I'm going to try to maybe do some more things in this style. I kind of like this style, and it worked out really well to get it to go, you know, one of those oddities that kind of shoots off your canvas once in a while. So that's this one, and then the other one that I completed was kind of like late stream last night, but I really like how this guy came out. So yeah, I'm very pleased overall with these pieces as they stand, and sorry about the microphone noise there. This microphone armor really got to get replaced, but cannot afford to do that at the moment. We'll try to do that as soon as we can. But anyways, so all that being said, I'm not sure where I want to start or what I want to exactly do with things, but we're going to run with, I don't know, maybe just a couple of ideas and see what ends up happening. But right now I'm in Photoshop. I do use Photoshop primarily because there are specific tools within Photoshop that I can make use of that kind of facilitate my blindness a little bit and make things a little bit easier on me to work with. So hopefully you guys will be able to deal with that. Let me see. I need to find the paint bucket. I think this is it. Yep, I do believe this is it. Okay. So what I want to do is change the background color just slightly away from what it is right now. Kind of, it's on the blackish tone right now, and I don't necessarily want that. I want it to be just a little bit lighter. So there we go. We'll make it that. That's fine. We'll start with that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another layer. Not a group. I'm going to create a layer. There we go. So that I can start making use of that. And I'm going to go into the hard brush. Let me see. Get the correct color going here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, what I want to do is kind of like just start off with a little bit of silhouetting. I think I'm going to make that background just a tad lighter too. Just so I can have the color play of it a little bit. Just for now. Okay. And then that way I can kind of see what I'm doing here a little bit. So, all right. So I've got kind of like this vague idea in my head of something that I would like to do as far as a character is concerned. And I want to see if I can get it to work out. I don't know if I'm going to be able to or not, but we'll try it and we'll see what ends up happening. So what I'm going to do is kind of start off with a little bit of a silhouette here and kind of run from there with it. And let's see. What do I need to do? Like I said, I got kind of a vague idea in my head of what I want the figure to be like, looking like and doing. It's just a matter of getting it to pop out from there, I guess. I need to make this 100% on the eraser. Okay, tell you what, let me start this one over. Didn't quite want it that way. Okay. Let's see. Want the kind of chin to be right here. So what's everybody been up to today? How you guys doing? What's going on with y'all? I'm just trying to get a couple of things like in a bit of a different styling thing than what I usually do, you know, like a different byplay of things, and I'm not sure how to get it to work out. That's gonna be the problem or the question. Sorry about the loud music there. Didn't mean to have it that loud. Well, hey, beauty, how you doing today? It's nice to have you here, man. Yeah. Wake me up for sure. Wake me up for sure. How you doing, beauty? I got in the mood to do a little bit of art way earlier than what I normally do, so I figured I'd go ahead and start things off and see how things go. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get things to work out or not, but we'll give it a shot and see what ends up happening. But either way, welcome on in. How's your day going? Did Peter end? Did he have a good time on his game there with the split gate? Looking up ideas for Damon's request. Gotcha. That the metal cross thing. Cool. I'm glad he had fun. I'm not sure where I'm going with this. I've got kind of like this vague idea in my head of something that I want to have happen, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get it to work or not. So we're gonna give it like our best go, you know, as we usually do, and see what ends up happening, you know. Death metal cross with flames and a heat aura. Yeah. I kind of saw him like popping that out. Wondering if anybody'd be able to do that. That's cool. That'd be a neat idea. I cut that off a little bit too much there. There we go. We'll run with this and see how we can get it to form. I'll have to be patient. I need to get back into it. Yeah. Gonna use the fairy to play around on GIMP. Cool. I mean, if you need any help, I don't have much experience on GIMP anymore. It's been quite a long time since I've used it, but I do know Photoshop pretty well, and I know that like GIMP has some similarities to Photoshop as far as like its actions and that kind of thing goes. So if there's anything that I might be able to do to help you out, just let me know, please, and I'd be happy to at least give it a shot and see what I can do. I'm sorry if my microphone sounds a little bit weird. My microphone condoms fell off sometime during the day today, and I have no clue where it's at. I think one of the cats got a hold of it and decided to scoot it across the floor somewhere and hide it. So if I'm a little bit poppy or hissy, that's probably why. I do apologize for it, but I don't know. I got to figure out something as far as something else to do with it goes. Okay, so I've got kind of like this basic silhouette of what I want to like have the figure form like. So I'm not sure like from here exactly where I'm going to take it, but I'm going to see what I can get to run, hopefully I can get things to work out here though. I've got kind of like this picture in my head of what I want it to do, so been a long time since I've used Photoshop. I tinker a lot, so I should be okay. Okay, good. Well, I mean, like I said, if you do need any assistance, just let me know. I'll try to do what I can for you. So happy to help out in whatever way I can. Whatever limited means that might be. Okay, I guess that's good enough for just like the basics of what I'm working with here. Yeah, good. I mean, that really is awesome. I'm glad that you are like at least trying, at least considering it, at least thinking about it. That is really cool. That makes my soul very happy. All right, so what I'm going to do, now that I've got this like silhouette laid down, one of the things that I can do with this is I can go into this layer. I can make sure that it's selected. I can hit the layer transparency button right here. It's like transparency lock button kind of a thing. And what that'll do is it'll make it so that the pixels that currently exist on this layer, I cannot like color outside of them. You see what I mean? Like this is like if I run the brush here, you see I can't do anything outside of what's already on the pixels or already on the layer, you see. So that's useful when you are working with like silhouette things like what I'm trying to do, because I won't be able to like color outside of this box basically that I have currently arranged. And that will be helpful for when I want to do like the shadows and the highlights, so that I don't like go outside of the lines that I currently have drawn, you see. So it kind of makes it a little simplified to, do a paint by numbers or color in the box kind of a thing. You know what I mean? You and I have been through the same pain as far as that goes. That is a horrific situation. Nobody should ever have to frickin' go through that. It's like, I think one of the reasons why my ex did it to me, well, the one ex, I had to do it to me, but I think that one of the reasons why they did it was because they always wanted to be creative themselves, but they could not manage to do it. Like they sucked at it. You know what I mean? Like they never wanted to put in the time to practice it or anything along those lines. And so I think that it was actually almost a matter of like jealousy on their part, dare I say, that like, I don't want to say forced them, but like that pushed their brain to want to do something like that. I mean, at the baseline, she had like a lot of anger and a lot of hatred in her. And so, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that like gave it the pathway to allow it to come out, you know? But either way, it sucks. You know, there's no other word for it. It really frickin' sucks when people do that kind of a thing. And I mean, you know, it took me years to get past the PTSD from it, and I still am not all the way, you know? Like, yeah, it's improved, but I don't think it's ever going to actually, you know, 100% go away. I don't think it's ever going to, because it's like it's been with me for so long, you know? So, yeah, I definitely know what you're going through with that. The only thing I can say is, not to move past it, but to like take what happened to you and make use of it in some kind of a way, you know? So for me, the usefulness that I got out of it was understanding how to, number one, never allow someone like that to do that to me again. But number two, to figure out ways to back my stuff up so that it never like has the opportunity to happen again. So even if somebody did want to be destructive to it, there's no way that they can destroy all of it, because I've got everything backed up in so many different places, not only physically on my hard drives, but I also have like websites and that kind of stuff that I also upload the stuff into the back end of. So like literally nobody could ever destroy all of it. You know what I mean? And then I emailed myself, you know, copies of it too, to multiple email addresses. So nobody's ever going to destroy my work again. You know, that's what it comes down to. So that's like the only lesson that I wanted to take away from what happened to me, and everything else I've tried over the years to discard it as being useless to me. You know what I mean? I hope that makes sense, but that's what I did with mine. And like I said, I'm still going through it too, you know, but, I don't think I'm ever going to be past it. I'm 50 now, and it happened when I was 20, you know, so take that as you will, but, he'd blame his Tourette's, very skilled musician, though I will give him that. I could not back up my art. It was my hand-drawn stuff. The fairy survived because my mom kept it. I mean, at the very least, being able to take a picture of it these days, you know, like there's ways that you could do it today, you know, like when you get a piece completed, for instance, take a picture of it, you know, take a photo of it on your phone and email it to yourself or something. That way you don't have the risk of ever losing it. Because at the least, then you'll have like something that you can use, you know what I mean? It's the part where I start talking about my daddy issues and the emotional trauma wall I had to climb over to find passion in art again. I mean, yeah, absolutely, if you want to. My issues came from one of my exes who was very abusive, hyper abusive, who took all of my stuff that I created and threw it all into bonfires and telling me never effing create again because you're useless, you know. And I went through similar with my dad when I was younger, because he told me that doing creative things was girly, you know, and he was back then along those lines, back when he was drinking, you know. So he was an asshole, and I was dumb for sticking around until I caught him in bed with someone else. Mine was a thing where I was with her for 5 years because I was too afraid to get out. I didn't have a way to get out, and just as now, back then there were very few options for guys that are going through abusive situations to be able to get out. You know, there are for women. There's a lot of different options for women. If you're going through an abusive relationship or something like that, you can get out of it by, you know, using some of the escape methods that are available. But not that they're necessarily
Farty,
good.
farts art.
Arty farty farts art, exactly. Not that the options are always, you know, the greatest, right? Because sometimes those options do severely suck too. But there's at least something, right? But for guys, there's nothing at all. There's literally the only things that we guys have as far as like shelter kind of things are concerned is like halfway houses if you're a drug abuser or something, or an alcoholic, and beyond that there's really nothing other than homeless shelters, you know, which is not a good situation. So I stuck with mine for 5 years out of fear. I didn't have anywhere else to go, and I was too afraid to get out, you know. So when I finally did, though, I was glad. So I was lead singer. Do not want to get into detail what he let our roommates do. It was a bad punch, and I had no one out there. Yeah, you don't have to go into detail. I get it. I do. Absolutely. 100%. I've been through a similar situation too. The only thing I can say, Ray, is that I'm glad that you're out of that and into a better situation at this point. And that even though the stuff may swirl around in the head sometimes, you know, you're better now than you were then, you know, as far as your circumstances are concerned. And I know you still got things really rough. Don't get me wrong. I know you do. But at the same time, at least you don't have that on you right now too, you know? So take that and run with it however you want to run with it, you know? Yeah, that's fine, Ellie. Go ahead. Hopefully it doesn't wake up Mama. We've kind of had a bit of issues going on in the house today, so Jolene's asleep at the moment, and she kind of passed out early because she was just so exhausted. So anyways, I just want you guys to know, you know, as always, that this right here is a space that you guys can come and talk about anything that you've got on your mind, or that's going on in your lives. I'll never judge you for anything that you got to say. Okay? Shush phone, I know the door opened. Yeah, I mean, being in hard situations is hard situations one way or the other. You know, there's, emotionally speaking, there's not a lot of difference. But the circumstances are a little bit easier to deal with, easier to handle. You know, it's like you're not being pressured by the other stuff on top of everything else that you've got going on in your life at the same time, you know? And that at least is like progress in some kind of form, you know, progress in some kind of way. It gives you a chance to do some healing from the rest, you know, while you're recovering, you know. I've been through a lot of like trying to break through PTSD stuff with myself, and it's not been easy. You know, it really hasn't been easy to do, especially when like our own situation is pretty rough at this point too. You know, I mean, we're dirt poor, which doesn't help any situation at all. You know, that alone is a big stressor. There's a lot of like mental health issues that are going on in the household, you know, with stuff that Ollie's going through, stuff that I'm going through. We live with, well, I mean, my mom lives with us. She's at this point like very dementia addled, you know, and constantly hallucinating and constantly like causing a lot of problems, you know. But it's kind of an untenable situation because it's like here's the suck thing when you are an adult taking care of an elder parent. She refuses to go to the doctor because for whatever reason she has a lot of fear of the doctors. So she hasn't been to a doctor in a number of years, and every time that we've tried to force the situation, she refuses. Because she's not been to a doctor, we have not been able to get her declared incompetent. And so that puts us into a very horrible position that we know that the health problems are there. We know that the mental issues are there, but we cannot do anything to like force her to get help because she is not declared incompetent. She still has the choice to refuse any kind of like service that we try to do. We have been told that basically the only thing that we can do is to sit around and wait until she breaks a bone and gets taken to a hospital, where then the doctors at the hospital can declare her incompetent and allow us to seek the outside help, be that like nursing staff or put her into a nursing home or whatever the case may be. But until then, like unless and until that happens, we are stuck with this person who is very toxic and causes a lot of problems in the house, for both me and my wife and my children. And there's nothing that we can do to change the situation. Like nothing. We have for 2 years now worked our asses off trying to figure out what to do with this situation. And that's what we've been told is literally our only option. That is really a bad situation. And it has not helped like my own mental health. Because at this point, okay, so let me read the chat. I'll catch up here just a second. Yeah, so you know what the situation can be then with someone that has, you know, dementia going on. At this point in her life and her progression with the dementia, this is kind of hard to talk about, So you guys are aware my dad was very abusive. He was a whiskey drunk for many years and took a lot out on me and my mom. He did eventually quit drinking, but it wasn't until I was like 10 years old. And so I have like this dual set of memories in my head as far as my dad is concerned. One of them is this person who was very abusive. And the other was someone that I came to love. But they're two different people. You know, him drinking and him not drinking was two different people. That's good. I'm glad that you were able to do that for her. At this stage with her dementia, she looks at me like, so with Alzheimer's / dementia, they're two separate things, right? But they have similar features, so they kind of tend to go hand in hand. Sometimes people have both. Give me just a minute, guys. Sorry.
Bada CHHHH.
Yeah, that failed.
Yeah.
We are the knights who say Aki Aki Chika Chika Pow.
Well, I didn't expect to hear that today. Y'all are great. I love you. Yeah, coming down the pike right now. A little bit of smooth jazz for you. Enjoy your night. Mother and daughter going against each other. Blah, 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 blah. It's terrible. Terrible. Ah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Indeed. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Had to deal with another crisis with her there. So, now I got to get myself back into the frame of mind here that I'm on the air and everything. No. It's not that it's like too hard. It's just, I don't really have anybody else to talk to about it, you know? I have my therapist. That only goes so far, you know? And otherwise, the only people that I have to speak to as far as this kind of stuff goes is literally just the same people who are going through this stuff too, you know? Because I don't have any other friends or family. I've got like 13. Well, I'm one of 13 kids, you know, and like only 3 of the siblings are from her. The other siblings are from my dad. So everybody for me is half, right? But all the other siblings that are from her don't have anything to do with her. They haven't communicated with her for years. You know, it's like nobody, we literally have zero help with the situation that we're in. Not a single bit of help. We're with her 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, doing this stuff. So at this stage of her dementia, what she looks at me as, like she has basically superimposed my dad onto me, like that I am my dad and that I'm the one that is like abusing and all this kind of stuff, you know? Yeah, I know, Ollie, don't worry about it. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. I knew it was coming. So like there are times where she will act at me as if I am my dad who is abusing the kids and abusing her. And every time that she does it, every time that she gets this hallucination in her head, it sets off my own PTSD of the stuff that I went through with my dad. So it's like every day I relive the same traumas over and over and over again. And that is really, really hard.
Attention all personnel, the wormhole is not to be used for trash removal. People on the other end are complaining. That is all.
There are times where it's like all I can do in my mind is to sit and like beg for her to just die. And I hate to feel that way about my own mom, you know? It makes me feel very guilty to have these thoughts like swirl around in the head. And I know that it's not necessarily my fault, you know, but it's like we've got no relief or release in any kind of way. And that's hard. So I know that it's affected me on my mental health levels, you know, and I'm glad that I am in therapy for it, but, you know, therapy can only go so far with things. And it's just, like I said, it's kind of that untenable situation. I know we're not alone with it, but like there's so many adults that are out there that are taking care of their elderly parents that are in the same kind of stuck situation. They don't have any, pardon my language here, but they don't have any fucking option but to just sit and wait for this person to die, while at the same time their lives just become more and more toxic. And there's nothing that we can do to help ourselves get out of this situation. Nothing. Like we are stuck. 100% stuck. And there's nothing we can do to get out of it. Except to sit around and hope that one day she breaks a bone, gets taken to the emergency room, and they can declare her incompetent there. Like that is, we've talked to the aging and in-home services, the elderly council. We've talked to other, like we've even called like the elder abuse lines and stuff. You know what I mean? Like help us, please, for the love of God and all that is holy, please fucking help us here. And And all of them have told us there's literally nothing that we can do. The only thing you can do is hope she breaks a bone, gets taken to the hospital, and gets declared incompetent there. And then maybe they can put her into a nursing home or something like that. But until then, the only thing that we can do is wait.
Teddy Bear Man, take our virtual hugs. Take all of the hugs. Hug, 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 hug.
Thank you, Napkins. I appreciate it. I'm sorry to bring everything so damn down. I didn't intend to coming on here today, you know. It's hard, and I hope that none of you guys ever have to go through something similar with your parents, you know. It's so, and it wouldn't even be so bad if any of the other siblings like helped in any kind of way, but none of them have anything to do with her, you know. They haven't spoken to her in years, literally years. So, you know, damned if we do and damned if we don't kind of a thing. And in the meantime, you know, we're dealing with, and I mean, you guys know, I mean, she talks about it on their stream all the time, you know, that Ollie's got, you know, mental health issues too. And, you know, that comes up at the same time. And I know some of it gets triggered because of mom. And, you know, it's just like, it makes me feel so damn guilty because it's like, okay, this is my mom, but I know it's affecting my kids, you know, but what can I do? I literally can do nothing. And as a father being put into that position, it is very difficult to know that this is affecting my kids and that there's nothing that I can do to protect them, you know? It's like, I'll give you an example. When my wife had her surgery a couple of months ago, well, December, you know, at this point, it was 8 months ago. We finally got her home. Like, she was stuck in the hospital for almost a month. And we finally got her home, and within 24 hours, my mom was already starting shit with her. Like, targeting her and, like, you know, cutting her down and on and on and on. And I'm just like, you can't even give her 24 hours home before you start this shit up. You know, what is fucking wrong with you? You know, this is just evil. It's like we're literally living with a demon who just does everything that they can do to try to destroy everything that's beautiful, you know? And it's hard to say about my mom, but that's what it's become, you know? It's like having a self-destructive and otherwise outside destructive toddler in your house that, like, is also able to cut you down with words and anger and you know, hitting you and all this kind of stuff, you know, like, yeah, it's hard. It really is. So there are days where, you know, it's harder to deal with than others, you know, and like one of the reasons why I like to come on here is because it gives me a chance to, like, get away from it for a little while, you know, to focus on something different for a little while. And it helps. It helps. So all that being said, okay, shifting subjects a little bit. All that being said, I'm sorry to have brought things down as much as I have. And hopefully you guys are still here, still with me. So yesterday, while I was on the air, I'm just going to, like, shift subjects entirely here. Yesterday, while I was on the air, I ended up doing a couple of pictures that I think are pretty cool.
Take all the virtual hugs and kisses. We all love you, and you are just an amazing human. Zox, sock, 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 soxo.
Zoxo. Zoxo, indeed. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Right. Zoxo. I like that. So let me show you what I ended up accomplishing yesterday. So this is one of the paintings that I did towards the end of the stream last night. Yesterday I was on for like 7 hours doing paintings. I had a lot of fun with it. But this is one of the things I ended up accomplishing with it all. And I think that it turned out pretty good. I really like how this guy ended up. It's like a totally different direction than what I originally intended it to be, but I don't mind that. I think it looks pretty cool. Not too bad for hand drawing the gas mask on him, I guess. And then this one I did towards the beginning of the stream. I don't know who saw it or didn't, but this one I got completed like towards the beginning middle area of the stream. And I really like this one too, like the styling of it and everything. I really like how this one ended up coming out. So I kind of have now started using this one as my avatar on the different social media platforms, because it's like, oh, this is just so cool, So Zoxo sounds like an alien you'd find in Star Wars or Star Trek. Right, exactly. I like that. So I thought today I would hop on and see what I could accomplish as far as maybe another painting, sort of like that zombie-ish one. But I had like this kind of image in my head of something that I wanted to try doing, and I'm not sure if I'm going to accomplish it or not. I'm going to give it a shot. We'll see what ends up happening, but I don't know. It's worth a try, right? That's all we can do. So let me pull out my tablet here and get myself comfy again. Is there comfiness? I don't know. Does comfiness exist? So I really like this new overlay thing we've got set up. I think need to tweak it just a little bit in some kind of ways, but I'm kind of digging it overall. I don't think it's too bad. Kind of like the layout of it. I also have things set up at this point for myself to like, because this whole hate raid thing is becoming, more prevalent and so on and so forth. I've got things a little bit prepped up to hopefully like help if something like that does come along. For those of you guys that do stream, I kind of recommend doing something along the same lines, where you're kind of like prepping a little bit ahead of time, just in case. But bring them on. I'll go Pitbull. Right. Exactly. So what I did was I set up a panic button. I use a stream deck, and I set up kind of like a panic button kind of a thing on my stream deck, so that, if something like that does come along, I'll be able to like, kind of instantly try to take care of things without too much fight, too much effort. So that's kind of like what I accomplished today, I think. But I will say again, if you are a streamer, there's a set of people that started doing the follow on me yesterday that I can warn you about. This is like a bot situation. This specific bot. Any of them named Hoss, HOSS. If it starts off with Hoss, you're gonna want to ban them, because those are the IP sniffing bots. So if you see a Haas pop up in your stream, just go ahead and ban them right away. Don't even mess around with it. So I'm just kind of like laying out maybe where the facial features on this are going to be a little bit. Yeah, if it's Haas, definitely just go ahead and ban it. I had two different Haas's appear in my chat yesterday. One was Haas 0312 and the other one was Haas 00320. So yeah, they're the IP sniffers. So you can just get rid of them right away.
Fucking bots.
Right, exactly. Yep. I'm not sure if I'm liking this the way this is. I think I'm going to start this one over. It's a nice thing about doing like things on different layers like that. Like, again, I've got that transparency layer on this particular layer right here. So if I kind of like feel like something isn't working out and I want to start it again, then I can just, poof. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. But I kind of want to like do it a little bit more stylized kind of a thing. So I'm just kind of like trying to lay that out for myself here. So I'm going to kind of start it off a little bit darker, and kind of like build it up from there. Whether or not it works or not, I don't know, but we'll see. Gonna be lurking. Tom got caught up on some. Yeah, Kay Napkins, thank you for being here either way, man. I appreciate it. Lurk away. Enjoy the lurk. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to get like an idea of where I want like the shapes to be, and then I'll kind of go from there as far as like actual definitions of things goes. But this is just kind of like giving me an idea of like where I want to lead it from here.
Hello, let's be best friends. Hello, let's be best friends.
Hello, K80 Bug. How you doing tonight? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hope that you're having a good night. My poor wifey had to get up and go pee again, so she just gave me a little kiss on my forehead. Thank you, darling dear. I love you. So K80 Bug, if you don't mind saying hello, just so that I'm aware that you're not a bot, that would be appreciated. Checks the bot that says I'm not a bot. Great, that'll work. Well, welcome on in. Hopefully you're having a good day. I just questioned because like we've had like a lot of the IP sniffing bots and stuff like that appear over the past couple of days here on our chat room. So just making sure. It's always nice to have somebody say hello anyways. You can lurk away if you so desire. That's fine. But either way, welcome on in. My name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does. Right now, Blind Dad is trying to do a little bit of art. Whether or not it's good or bad, I don't know. But I am a blind guy, and I try to do what I can with what I've got. If you want to see some examples, right over here is some of the examples of the work that I've been able to do. And over here, you're going to see a little bit of a rotating kind of a thing where my wife, who is normally on with me and is currently actually in the chat room now, dear heart there, she does crochet work as a co-streamer with me sometimes as well. So her stuff is appearing right there if you are so interested in that kind of a thing as well. On stream yesterday, I was able to get this little zombie gal here complete, and I kind of like how that came out. And then also yesterday on stream, I got this guy completed. And I like how he turned out too. So, yeah, either way, that's us. Punches on the left, pie is on the right. And make sure you tip the waitress because she's been on her feet all day. Be sure to avoid the soup because it's a little off today. And in either case, welcome to my little pit stop on the Information Superhighway. It's nice to have you here. So, thank you, darling. I love you. I like art that is a little bit weird or creepy, so I like that. Thank you. I have always said that I am the strangest person that I've ever met. I try to prove it a little bit every day, so I'm not sure where this is going to go yet. I have like this idea in my head of what I want to have it do, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get it there or not. We'll see as we progress. But in either case, it should be fun to have the journey either way, right? So, and you know, it's not necessarily about the end product. It's about the fun of getting there. So that's what I'm doing. So my poor darling, you didn't get very much sleep. I'm sorry you didn't sleep very much. So right now I'm just kind of like, I'm doing things like in a silhouette because I cannot do line art like at all. Lines, basically like if you're curious as to how my blindness works, I can show you an image that is kind of a good exemplar. Let me turn this one here off. This right here is a picture of the moon. And as you can see, there are many versions of it, like all superimposed over each other. They're kind of doing their own thing, ghosting, and all kinds of swirls and whirls and all kinds of weird things. Every object that exists in the world looks like this to me. So they're all like superimposed over each other, washing each other out. And basically, by the time everything is said and done, I'm pretty well blinded. So that's what I have to work with. So trying to do line art is difficult at best for me because if I try to draw a line, the line becomes multiple versions of itself, all kind of like circling around and swirling and stuff. And also top it off with every time that my heart beats, the whole world pulses with it, you know? So I try to do what I can then through like shadow play, basically. I kind of lay down the silhouette and I start working from there to see what I can build up and go from there. So it does sometimes. It depends on the situation. If I'm in a place where I'm familiar with, my eyes have kind of like, my brain has already kind of like learned what's where, if that makes sense. So if I'm at home trying to walk through the house, I kind of have muscle memory for where things are. So unless somebody moves things around, which happens in this house, unless somebody moves things around, I can get around pretty well without having to like use a cane or something like that. But if we're in an unfamiliar place, I have to use my cane, just because I keep getting like washes of vertigo and that kind of stuff, because my eyes are trying to just constantly work. You know what I mean? So, it's a thing where my eyes are pyramid shaped instead of egg shaped. So, and I also have a massive amount of scarring on my eyes. So between the two, it it makes things like very, it's like looking at a wax museum that's been caught in a fire and everything's all melted together and stuff. That's pretty much what the whole world looks like to me. So, over the past couple of days, I've been, focusing on like doing faces so that I can try to, get a new handle on the way that my vision is currently working. Like over the past couple of months, it's sort of shifted again on me. So I've got to kind of like retrain my brain a little bit to get the patterns down on the page, basically. So that's what I've been kind of like actively doing the past couple of days, just seeing what I could do to do some studies and practice a little bit on it. But otherwise I've been doing it for about a year, doing this kind of painting for about a year. But up until about a month ago, I never really showed anybody anything. So, about a month ago is when I started here on Twitch, and, the past few weeks I've been kind of doing some of the art stuff, which I've been very nervous about, but the community here has been like so embracing, towards me. So it's kind of helped to boost my confidence a little bit, and, allow myself to do it a little bit more, so, I would want a service dog to help me out. Like if you dropped your keys on a highly designed carpet, it seems like it would be hard. I would love to get a service dog. It is definitely one of the things that is on my future to-do list. The main problem is that service dogs are super expensive. Like anywhere between $12,000 and $15,000 at a minimum is what we'd be looking at to get one. And we're dead broke. We don't have enough money in any way, shape, or form to try to be able to do that. So, it'd be a kind hope in the future. It'd be awesome, but, as it stands right now, my wife is kind of my seeing eye dog, I guess you could say. If I drop things, I kind of use her to help me find them if need be, but, that's not always available. And I hate bothering her with it, like just, I feel like I shouldn't have to do. Yeah, right. Woof, woof. Exactly, baby. It'd be cool. One of the things I'm trying to do is do commissions. And it is my hope that like through doing commissions and stuff, it might help to lead me into being able to get, something done, as far as that kind of stuff goes. It'd be really cool. Whether or not that happens or not, I don't know. But either way, in either case, I'm still having fun with everything. And, that's sort of the idea, just see what you can do to make out of the lemons that you're given some nice lemonade, I guess. I know I am lucky though, that like, my wife, Jolene, Dearheart there, she is an angel. She really is. She has been like the best thing that's ever happened to me. And I am more and more grateful every day that she is in the life of me and my kids. And she does a lot to like help me manage and get through what I'm going through with it all, So. Yeah, now I get you in the mood for lemonade. Well, you're my everything, whether you like it or not. I know secretly she does. So what I've done basically is I've got basically three different layers that are going on here, right? So we've got the background layer, which is just this like gray color. It's literally just a standby for the moment. I will be doing stuff with the background later, but I wanted to like just have something so that I could have the ability to see where the shadows are here. And then I've got this layer right here, which is basically it's just the silhouette of things, and then I've got this top layer here that I'm working with on the shadows and highlights. So is digital my favorite way to art? It's kind of the only way I can art, unfortunately. With traditional paints, the issue is that there is depth to the paints, even if it's very minor. So I would have trouble like discerning things as far as the depths of things are concerned. And also I would have to be within just a couple of inches of the canvas to be able to see where the brush stroke is going. Right now I've got my monitor on a monitor arm, and it's got, I've got it within just a couple of inches of my face here. So if I squint, I can kind of get by to see where the brush stroke is going to go. With paint, like, physical paint, I'd have to be like that super close to the canvas, which number one, I don't necessarily want to do because I do have back troubles, so that might be a little bit hard. But number two, paint chemicals aren't really the healthiest to sit there and inhale from an inch away. So I don't think that it would be very good for me to like have my face buried into the wet paints all the time, on top of it. So it's kind of like between the two. I just don't really feel like I have much of a choice but to do it through the digital means. But I've gotten myself like a decent handle on like what I need to do to make things happen the way that I want them to. It's just kind of like more of a matter of how can I put this? Learning how to make the shapes that I want appear how I want with the way that my vision works. Which is not always an easy situation. There are days where I can do things better than others, I guess is really what it comes down to. There are days where I can do things better than others. And so some days I can wake up and my eyes will be like at a reasonable enough mode where I can see things a little bit better than I could the day before, although it's still like not great. Like it's not what you would see or what my wife would see or something like that. But it's like, it's enough for me to be able to say, oh, well, I can actually see pretty reasonably today, quote unquote. But then there are other days where I wake up and it's just, nope, I am completely useless today and there's nothing else that I can do about it. So, on those days, what I do, I'm also an author. So on those days, what I tend to do is I create audio dramas off of the short stories that I write. I do write novels as well. I've got like 14 books published that are out there, but I also write short stories as well. So on those days where I can't do art, I tend to do like the voiceover work and stuff for these audio dramatizations that I make for my stories, which can be fun. And so it's kind of like I have a couple of the different alternative things that I can manage to do on the days where it's a little bit off, but that's kind of me in a nutshell, Yeah, well, Jolene, she does her crochet work, and one of my kiddos is here in the chat room as well. They do streaming here on Twitch too. They're a VTuber and they do art as well, so I can show you. They have given me permission to show off their art, and as the proud father, I can definitely do that. So let me show you a couple of things that they can do too. So these are a couple of the older pieces that they've done, like a couple of weeks ago and stuff. But like this is just an example of something that they can do. Let me turn it on. Where are you at? There you are. So that's one of the things that they did. Yeah, thank you, Jolene. There you go. And then let me see, where is the other one he sent me? There we go. And then this is one that they did on stream a couple of days ago too. So I like the way that they work. I love the way that they work with the colors and stuff. It's really nice. I like it. So anyways, Again, as the proud papa, I have to show off their artwork too, you know? So there you go. I'm going to take a drink here real quick. So I'm hoping that I can get this to come out like with the idea that I have. And I'm not sure if I'm going to or not, but we're going to give it like the best whirl that we can. Like I said, I kind of like had this idea in my head of what I want it to do. And so whether or not that comes out or not, we'll see. But either way, I'm having fun with it, you know, and that's kind of the point. You always want to have a fun time with your art. If you're not having fun with it, then maybe switch up and try to do something a little different with it, you know, because it might just be that you're kind of like stuck in a rut or something, and doing that little bit of a different thing can make it, you know, have that woof moment or something like that, you know. I've kind of been going through that of late myself, and I've been enjoying it a lot, you know, enjoying the process of it a lot. So almost 30 and just now starting to play with colors. So, I did not actually start doing any kind of painting until I was about 30 myself. What was I, like 30, 35-ish or so. Before then, I did a little bit of photography, and I had a lot of fun doing it. But I started wanting to get into doing like digital painting. So I started off doing like Photoshop, doing like digital manipulations and stuff. With photos, and then I got into doing like actually painting with digital means, and I found myself really enjoying it. But then that's when the blindness struck me. It was about 12 years ago, and I did no art for many years, nothing. And I missed doing it. I really wanted to do it, but I didn't know like how to do any of it, because I needed to like relearn everything all over again. And it sucked, you know, like it really, really, really freaking sucked. But then last year, I determined that I wanted to do something. I wanted to like really figure out a way for myself to do art again, because I missed it so much, you know? So my point is that I really didn't start doing art again until I was basically 48, 49 years old, you know? So, don't feel bad about like not starting until you're in your 30s, because I didn't start until I was in my 30s at all. Not a bit. And I've really only been painting for about a year at this point in time, you know, technically speaking, because I've had to like relearn everything all over again. So don't feel too bad about yourself. Just keep at it. And if it's something that you enjoy doing, then definitely pursue it as much as you want to, you know? Only started recently trying to learn digital. That is very cool. Yeah, my yeah, exactly. Beauty's in their 30s, in her 30s, just starting it up again. Which I'm really glad for. I'm really glad to see that happening. I love seeing people's art. You know, I do. I love seeing people make art and be creative and just get everything out onto the page that they want to get out, you know? As far as my blindness goes, the thing that I have is a genetic defect. And they didn't catch it until it was like far too late to do anything about it. So it's kind of like a situation where if they had caught it earlier, there probably would be things that they could have done. But unfortunately, by the time that they caught it, mine was basically at what would be considered end stage of this disorder. So it wasn't like it was a surprise, yes, but it wasn't like completely unexpected, I guess is the best way I can put it. But what was the hardest part of it was that the progression was like so fast. It was like within 6 months I went from being able to drive and do things to basically being left with what I've got right now. Granted, it was a little bit better at that point because it has had some progression a little bit throughout here and there, but like it didn't get like super bad until I hit that point 12 years ago, and then that's when everything went, you know. But I went through like some health issues and a lot of like sleep issues with one of my exes. They kind of like forced me to only get a couple of hours worth of sleep a day, and I think that contributed a lot to the progression of this disorder. It affected my health in a lot of different ways, up to and including the vision thing. So I think that's probably where like a lot of it originated from, was dealing with that situation. And had it not been for that, it might have been even longer before the blindness would have been a thing, you know. So I do count myself lucky. A lot of the people that have this same disorder, they usually, by the time that they hit about 30, have like lost their vision with it. So I count myself lucky that it waited until I was like 38 to have it hit, you know, as much as it did. But still, you know, it is what it is, unfortunately. Oh, you're talking about the eSight device? Yeah. Yeah, it's the eSight device. It's basically, it's like a VR kind of a headset, but what it does is it has two OLED screens that are basically within about an inch of your eyeballs, and it's attached into a headset that then has a set of cameras on top of it that like pull in the visual information and sticks it right there in your eyeballs. And it did help me greatly. Like we went to Chicago in Illinois there to test it out, and for the first time in a number of years, I was able to actually see what my wife looked like. I had not been able to see her, what her face really looked like for a very long time, and it was so. It hit me really hard, you know? And I was able to read like the little itty teeny tiny fine print on like everything, you know? It was incredible. But the cost of it was $12,000. And again, no way my poor butt was ever going to afford to have anything like that, you know? I get $600 a month in disability. That's it. I worked for years. I worked hard for years. Made good money for a long time. And yeah, $600 a month. That's what they've deigned to give me to try to live on. That doesn't even pay rent, man. So that's why I'm here, you know, trying to see if anybody wants to do commissions and that kind of stuff, because I'd like to be able to earn my keep a little bit, you know. So that's kind of the position we're at. Yeah, it was, it was very, I mean, I cried my eyes out. I really did. But one thing that sucks, and not to get too like depressing again on this. I already got depressing tonight. I'm sorry, guys. But not to get too depressing with things. But the thing that like sucks, honestly, really sucks, is that the people who could make the most use of these devices, even like the thing with the seeing eye dog and stuff, you know, the people who need it the most are the ones who can least afford to get it, you know? So it kind of sucks, you know, to have this type of thing, you know, be a thing. Put up a goal for the glasses. I mean, maybe, you know, it's kind of a thing where, I don't want to feel like I'm begging, you know. I don't want to feel like I'm trying to, like, you know, just take people's money and stuff, you know. That's why I'm like trying to offer myself as commissions and stuff, you know. I do have like the sub things here, you know, with me being affiliate and stuff now. I do have like the subscriptions and that kind of thing, which will hopefully be helpful. But I want to like, what's the best way I can put it? I was kind of raised up in like the generation where, you know, you're a man and you have to earn your keep and blah, 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 you know, that kind of thing. Right. And even though it sucks at the same time, like it's still like the mentality that I've got, you know, where I feel like I have to be making it like worthwhile to somebody, you know, in some kind of way. So, that's why I started opening up to the commissions, because I want to make it so that, you know, if somebody does want to give me something to, you know, to help me through, I want to make sure they get something back, you know? I hope that all that makes sense. Like, there's nothing wrong with people that need the charity and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not like, if somebody wants to give, I'm totally open to it. Right. But I don't want to like just have that be, that's what my purpose here is, you know? Because I want to make sure that I'm giving back just as much to this community as what they give to me, you know? I mean, that's a fair point. That is a very fair point. And I mean, you're probably right that like I will probably end up doing something like that, you know? But I'm kind of just getting started here, you know, like I just came here to Twitch like a month ago. So I've not been here long enough to kind of get the lay of the land, you know, as much as other people might. So I don't know what's here, you know, I don't know what's here other than the amazing people that I've encountered thus far in my journey here, you know. It's been really good for me, to say the least. It's helped me out like with my it's helped my mental status out a lot, you know. Okay, so I'm kind of getting there as far as like a layout of the face goes. It's kind of gone in different directions than what I expected it to, but that happens sometimes with art, right? Sometimes when you sit down to do a piece and you've got something in your head as far as an idea goes, you know, you want to have it make the appearance, but then your brushes and your brain and your subconscious kind of like have other things to say about it, you know? It's kind of what I'm dealing with here. But that's okay. That's what makes it fun. Yeah, fun. I know it looks a little strange right now, but in my head, I'm seeing it a little bit different than what you guys are. So I'm just kind of like trying to work it towards where it's in my head. Yeah, a little bit. And I wasn't necessarily going for an aged person look, but I mean, I guess that's what's coming out. So yeah. I mean, I was talking about my mom and her mental issues here a little bit ago, so maybe I was being affected by it a little. Okay, so what I'm going to do now that I've got like a little bit of a basis of like the scheme of things, you know, like where the musculature and all that kind of stuff is going to be. Now what I'm going to do is kind of like, I'm going to add on a color layer, and I'm going to attach it to the same layer as before. Just like that. That way it too is being affected by the transparency layer. And then I can go start running with colors, you know, and seeing what I can do to add in some things. And this is where the consideration is going to be, what colors do I want to make use of? Do I want to make this like more of a true humanoid feel, or do I want to have like some kind of other, you know, situation going on with things? I don't know yet. But we'll see. Need to set this into color mode here. So let me just like throw some color down, and then what I can do is I can go into the hue adjustment mode. That is totally not the right button. Where are you? Where are you, Yuki? There we go. Keybinds, they're wonderful. All right, so what I can do then is kind of like shift through things and kind of like try to find maybe a color mode that I want to work with. Do I want to go green? No, not really. Maybe something right in here where it's kind of like it's a little bit of a baser red kind of a color. That could work. That could work. Okay. So then again, I'm going to do another new layer. This one I'm going to lock to the same transparency layer. So we're still working again with that same transparency layer. That way I don't like go outside of the silhouette that I've got sitting here, you know. And I can start then trying to like do other colors, you know, in the highlighted areas to help out, like bring a variance of colors into it, you know? So we'll see what happens here. If I go with color on this one too, let's just play with it. We'll see what occurs. So I'm bearing in mind I want to do the colors like in the more highlighted areas, you know. So that's kind of like what I'm working with here. Let's go a little bit brighter. Okay. So it's still keeping like the same hue tone in the red. And this is like more just me experimenting right now, because I've not used this same method prior to this. So I'm just kind of like experimenting to see if it's going to work or if I need to do something different. It's kind of a sickly yellow, isn't it? Well, hey, welcome to the Discord. I see you just popped in there. Okay, so I'm not sure if this yellow is going to work. I'm not really feeling it, so I'm going to go into the hue adjustment mode here, and I'm just going to like play around a little bit and see maybe what else can pop out here, or if I just need to kind of desaturate it a little bit. Let me try desaturating. I got to sneeze. Oh my goodness. Oh, good Lord. That was a big sneeze. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. All right. So yeah, desaturating it makes it look a little bit better, I think. So we'll run with that. Maybe let me see lightning mode here too. Yeah, something like right around in there. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, this is looking pretty cool so far, I think. I'm digging. All right, so I'm going to go back into doing another new layer now that I've got kind of like a color texture-y kind of a thing going on here. I'm going to go into another layer, and I'll just start kind of like working the highlights a little bit. I know I haven't really started anything with the lips or anything like that yet, but we'll get there. Just need to kind of do a little bit of blending, you know. So that is what we're going to do here for a little bit. Kind of maybe want to take down the wrinkliness just a little bit so that it's not quite as aged. It's a little bit better there. Okay, so then what I want to do, I want to go ahead and like do something with the eyes here, just so that I'm not like getting thrown off too much, you know. So I'm going to do something with the eyes here, and I'm not sure yet exactly how I want them to be, but we'll get there. Okay, that cat is really, really cool. That is really awesome, Katie. That's really, I like that a lot. Very good job. Very good job. I like that. For being a first digital piece, that's really awesome. didn't make use of any layering or anything. Now a bit more. Yeah, you definitely got Deerheart's heart there. She loves anything kitty. Anything kitty. Instantly won Deerheart over. Aw, little miss is cute. Beauty, you're back on your ass for 2 hours? Okay. Taking a break? Yeah, Elliot, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, but he loves to like pet me. He'll take his paw and he'll just like kind of, scrape it on my arm. Like he's not trying to claw or anything like that.
No,
It's
that's
just like
how long the parts have left in the tank. By the way, Zox sock 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 so.
Zoxo to you too. I love it. Gotcha. So you get to take a little break then. That works. So yeah, he'll run his paws across my arm or something like that, as if he's like trying to pet me. But unfortunately, he's got his claws, so he kind of little itty bitty teeny tiny bit out, and they'll just kind of like scrape real lightly across, just like Elliot, Yeah, me too. And then for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, but like I'm the only person in the house that he does this to. He likes to lick my nose. I know I got a big nose, but I don't know why he always targets my nose specifically. I don't know, but yeah, it is what it is. Tuka was licking your hands this morning. That's cool. Kitty kisses. So, okay. As far as this painting goes, I'm not feeling it. I've gotten it to this point, but I'm not feeling it at the moment. So I'm going to save it. I'll just consider it. It's my warm-up sketch kind of a thing. Every artist, we have to have these little warm-up sketches, right? So I'm going to save it. We'll call it Old Zomboid or something, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. But I'm going to close it. I'm going to start a new one. We'll see what happens, But for whatever reason, I mean, that happens sometimes, right? You get to working on something and it doesn't necessarily have like the impact that you were wanting or whatever the case may be. So, we'll just start a new one. That's all right. Nothing wrong with it. It happens. Best part is when his 20-pound ass was running from a 6-pound cat and he did this goat hop thing. Sassy stopped dead in her tracks and head tilted at him and meowed. Oh, that's cute. I've had a lot of cats over the years, that's for sure. We've just got our 2 right now, Elliot and Eva. And both are really good cats. We really love them. So, okay, let's see. How do I want to work this? I'll sit and I'll think for a moment. Let's see. Okay, so with the background, I'm just gonna lay down like a circle, just do a little circle here, just like I did with that zombie picture that I did yesterday. I guess I'll kind of do it that mid-tone color there. Good enough. That'll work. And I'm doing that on the background just so that I can have the background separate, again. So, ooh, a Bombay. Those are really cool cats too, yeah. All right, So I'm just going to kind of like try to lay out a silhouette here that's going to be shapely enough. So like I said, I'm just kind of like right now focusing on trying to do like face work, you know, just to see what I can get to come out and happen, you know. Whether or not it's successful or not doesn't really matter. We're just doing it more for practice, and if something comes out of it, then something comes out of it, you know. It's a way to look at it. Not looking for anything specific. It's just about playing around. Looking for those happy little trees. Sort of the Bob Ross way of happy little trees, right? Happy little faces, I guess you could say. Kind of almost Spider-Man kind of a look there for a minute. So already I'm liking this face shape a little bit better than the last one. All right, so what I'm going to do is then resize this a little bit just so that I can get it a little bit bigger, you know, make it more of the fact that it is the focus of everything here. There we go. And then I'll make sure that it's all darkened in nicely. And then just do a little bit of cleanup on the lines here. And I'm not worried about like the hair shape or anything like that yet. This is just skull shape at the moment, so you know, skull, neck, and shoulder area. Okay, so let's run with this and see what we can do. Let's see. Y'all got Jolene started on cats and pets. Oh my goodness. She will never stop. You guys have got her started. She is never going to stop. She glares at him like that all the time, by the way. But when I am streaming, they'll sleep on the bed behind me. And just finally sassy put his head on her butt. We've had him almost 3 years, and he's 4. I know, big cat fur technical kitten still, and she's 7. Oh, that's awesome. You're not sorry. Jolene loves cats. Like, she adores anything kitty. Anything kitty. You guys have completely made her night. So thank you. So I'm just kind of like laying down a base set of color here that I can then kind of build off of. Just doing like a general outline kind of a thing, you know? I found this kind of like works pretty well for me. Again, given the fact that I can't do the line art kind of a thing, I found that this kind of like works out pretty well for me to get things going, you know, a little bit. Definitely a feminine shape of some kind, you know, with the kind of the curve. Like, okay, so not to be like, don't get me wrong, okay, we're just speaking strictly anatomy here, right? But as far as like putting down shapes and that kind of thing, in general, this is not like, this is just a generalized statement. Don't take me wrong here, okay, guys? Don't come at me with pitchforks. I'm not at all being anti-LGBT or anything here, right? But the human form, it has a tendency, you know, that feminine figures tend to have more curved shapes on the faces. Male figures, you know, masculine figures tend to have more of a like cut line shapes to the face, like the more squarish kind of shaped jaws, whereas the feminine features are more like curved. So curves for females, angular for males. And so and there are of course variations in that, right? But like that's kind of like just the way that human shapes tend to be, you know. So for instance, myself, I have like some angular features. So I've got some of the masculine features, and then I've got some of the feminine features because of the way that my jawline and stuff is shaped. So just something to bear in mind, that if you want to have like more of a like feminine feel to the image that you're doing, if you make the shapes more like curved, it'll give that little bit more of an impression that it's a feminine figure. You see what I mean? So again, like, you know, not trying to be like, you know, anti-trans and that kind of stuff. I mean, we've got a trans kiddo, right? So I mean, it's like I'm not speaking anti-trans. I'm just meaning like, as far as the in general shaping of things is concerned, that's something that you can bear in mind when you're doing artwork, and you're trying to do like human figures and stuff. It's sort of what we tend towards. And I mean, of course, there's going to be variations in degrees with everything too, you know? So, just stuff to bear in mind for future use if you so desire to use it. It's not an absolute statement. It's just a generalized statement. It's the fun of anatomy. Yeah, fun of anatomy. Have you ever made textured art? Okay, so There is one picture that I can show as far as like a textured style of artwork would be concerned. Let me bring it up here for you guys. I usually try to do at least some texturing in all of my artwork in some kind of way. This right here would be one that I kind of like took to the extreme. And as you can see, like in this one, there is a lot of texturing being implied in the painting. So I love working with textures though. It is one of my favorite things to do. I love like just, putting in the little things with it. So yeah. Yeah, I can do that one too. So I did one recently. This one is, everybody kind of says that it looks like a tiefling from Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know, probably, I guess, but this one I did a lot of texturing kind of thing with too. So it is a tiefling. Well, I didn't have that in my mind, so if you guys want to consider it a tiefling, then that's fine. Go for it. And then another one that I would say would be like heavily textured as well would be, well, this one I actually did as a little commission-y kind of a thing for Beauty of Nightmares there. You think texturing was the wrong word? Okay, so what were you meaning then? Sorry if I got it unclear. I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh no, it's no problem. I just what kind of textured kind of a thing were you meaning? As far as like maybe adding things on top of the picture or Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. I am fortunate in the fact that I can still discern things a bit if I really squint hard and if I'm close enough to the object. So I don't have to do things by like feeling. I can. My skin and sense of touch is very sensitive comparatively. So I can do that, but thankfully I haven't had to do that, if that makes sense. But a lot of times when I do the paintings that I do, it's kind of funny because I do them by feel. Like it's like I don't see the details on the things like you guys do. It's like I feel that there is something that needs to be there. I don't know what, so I'll slap something down there, and if it feels okay to my mind to have that there, then so be it. So like for instance, in the case of, let me see if I can find it here real quick, because I've got kind of a really good example of that. Give me 1 second here. I've got like so many images on this damn computer, so pardon me for a moment while I try to look through here. But let me see. Right. Okay. So this would probably be a good exemplar of that. So this picture right here. This one is one that I did like by more sensing that something needed to be there, but I didn't know what. Okay, so like I started off by making the figure and the steps leading up to the figure, and then I thought about putting like maybe some woods or something that was back there, but that didn't feel enough for me, you know? So I just started like throwing a shape on there, and by the time that everything was said and done, this like creature was designed there. And I didn't know where it was going. I didn't even realize that it was looking back at the camera like it is until like I was done with it. And then I'm like, oh wow, well that's kind of cool, you know what I mean? Like I didn't realize that was happening until like it was completed and I saw the overall picture. I I do have in certain ways, I think the term is aphasia or aphasia, not aphasia. It's where you can't like visualize something in your mind very well. I have a great difficulty like visualizing something until it is done. So like I have a tendency to really freaking hate my art in so many ways until the picture is done. And then I look at it and go, oh, well, that didn't turn out too bad after all. You know what I mean? Like, there are very few paintings that I make that I actually have like enjoyed the painting while it's being painted. You know what I mean? Like, I know, dear. So like once it's done, I can look at it and go, oh, okay, that's what I did there. Oh, that's kind of cool, you know? And so I can enjoy it at that point, right? But like up to that point, it's really hard for me to find like any virtue in in my painting, you know? And that may sound really weird. I know it sounds really like bizarre to talk that way, but it really is like the way I feel with things. I don't necessarily like it, but it's like what happens in my brain pan. So like you can ask Jolene, how many times do I complain about my art? Like I am my own worst critic in so many ways. Like I know imposter syndrome is a big thing for me, but at the same time, like it goes beyond even imposter syndrome. I hate what I'm creating. And it's like, I'm finding more and more as I'm here with you guys and doing things on the screen so that you guys are seeing the process too. And you're like giving feedback of, oh, that's kind of cool or whatever, you know, that it actually is helping me to, feel a little bit better about the process that I'm doing, that maybe I am on the right track of like accomplishing something when I'm working it, you know? And there are some paintings like that one earlier, right? The one that I was just doing here a bit ago, that I'll start on and I'll have like a feel for that moment, right? But then as I progress it, for whatever reason, whether it was because I like put things into the wrong spots or that it just the overall like impact of it wasn't hitting me as much as it should or whatever the case may be. There are paintings that are like that for me, you know, where it's like I'll enjoy it a little bit, but then it like starts to, you know, cascade apart and that kind of thing and disintegrates in my head. But those like they're not done. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so I'll give you an example. This image that I created yesterday, this is a perfect example of like me abandoning a project and then coming back to it. I can show you, I still have the PDF here, somewhere. Well, no, actually, maybe I don't. But anyways, that painting started off as like something fairly different. And then as I was looking through my PSDs, the save files, you know, for Photoshop, as I was looking through them, seeing if there was something that like would cue me for my imagination of these abandoned projects, I ran across that one and I was like, oh, you know what? I can see maybe something that I could do there. So I opened it up last night and I started working with it. And that final product there is what ended up coming out. But it looks a lot different than like what it started off with, you know? So, oh Lord, no. I've got so many that are uncompleted. I can show you one probably that I'll work with here like pretty soon. Let's see if I can run across it here. Just give me a brief second. it's like I have the idea for it of where I want it to go, but I'm not sure entirely where I want it to like get complete. So it's like I've been mulling around with it for a couple of days, you know, trying to figure out what I'm gonna do, you know. Yeah, it's like that one there, that really weird bear kind of looking creature thing that I just showed you. I started that one last year. Like that was one of the ones that I did probably summertime of last year. And I couldn't feel it. You know, I was just like, no, I'm not getting anything out of this dang thing. So let me see what I can do next, you know? So I just kind of moved on into other projects. And, yeah, then like 3 days ago, I was going through the PSDs and I looked and I'm like, I don't know, maybe I can do something with that. Let's see, you know, let's see. And yeah, lo and behold, it came out okay, I guess, you know? So let me see if I can find this one. It is, where are you? Where are you? Give me just a second. Sorry. Oh my goodness, where is this file at? Yeah, this one. This one started off like really weird, right? I had no idea where it was going to go, but like I want to come back to this one because looking at it now, I can see that there's like virtue to it, and that like maybe I can make, you know, kind of a cool creature art out of it or something, you know. But at the time, as I was doing it, I was like, okay, this is complete crap. You know what I mean? So, you know, whether or not I make something out of this or not, I don't know. But, you know, it's just an example of one of the pieces that I've like got abandoned and then like will probably end up picking up again at some point, you know. There was another one too. Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, this one I got a start on, and it's a pretty good start, but I'm not completely satisfied with it, so I'll probably end up like coming back to this one too and kind of reworking it a little bit with the new skills that I have and so on and so forth. So right, exactly. Sometimes when we artists, we look at our paintings or you know, digital art or whatever it is that you want to do, we look at these projects for such a long period of time that our brains just like get completely tired of seeing it, and we can no longer see it objectively, you know. So if you put it down, move on to a different project, and then come back to it again later, often you will find yourself like inspired again, where you can like kind of backtrack a little bit, repaint some things or whatever the case may be, and you know, really make something out of it that you didn't expect was going to come out when you were working it the first time, you know. So that would be one right there that I'm probably going to come back to. That one's one that has rarely been seen, you know, by people, but I've got quite a few of them that are like that, you know, that just nobody has seen. This would be one here that like very few people have seen. I like him, but he's not like as complete as I would like him to be, you know. And maybe I'll come back to him and kind of like finish him off a little bit, you know, but I don't know. Just the weirdnesses that I do. Beauty, I do think this might be one that you would like overall too, though. And hey, Lilith, I didn't even see you slip in. Were you talking and I just missed your name because like the chat was being weird for me? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Lilith, that might be one there that you would like too, that image that I just showed you guys. So it's like I've got like a lot of things that I've started with and just didn't like move on into. This is another one that I like got to start with and just, abandoned. I think it like got a decent start on it, but like it wasn't doing it for me at that moment in time. You know what I mean? So I had to move on to something else. Let me see. This is like me trying to like figure out faces, just practice kind of a thing. So gosh, I don't even remember what this is. What the hell is this? Might be scary. Oh, okay. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I like this one a lot too. Got to put the idea down while you have it through. Yeah, exactly. You've got to like at least do the outlining of it, in some kind of way and just, go from there. So that's what I find works for me. Whether or not people like want to make use of that kind of thing or not, I mean, that's up to y'all, but that's what I do with mine. Why is this not painting? Okay, there we go. Alrighty. So Lilith, are you there or did you just like come in, do the popcorn and leave? And if you are there, how the hell are you doing? It is really good to have you here either way. Not sure where this is going to go yet, but it's kind of an interesting little layout on the face here so far. I'm digging. Kind of getting the idea that maybe the light's coming from like a top angle kind of a thing maybe, so that's what I'm going to work on here. Get that cragginess on the forehead a little bit here. That brow ridge area there. Kind of prepping maybe the idea of the highlights, for that top-down lighting situation. Lilith popcorned us and left. Abandoned us. Left us all alone. It's terrible. And again, I'm not worried about like hair yet. This is just like laying down the basic idea of things. Hair will definitely come later. Right? Okay. That's not too bad. So I'll lay down some of the highlight colors here. Maybe the angle from this, that could be. Yeah, not too bad. It's got virtue, I think. Maybe. It was a little off, perhaps, but that's okay. Not going for perfection, right? You gotta keep reminding me about that, baby. Going for whatever I want to have in here, right? Hello. Hey, beauty. Glad to have you back. Yeah, it's starting to get there. It has potential. Trying to get the blends correct and stuff here, but gonna try to do something as far as the lips goes here. At least get them started. It's kind of fun because you guys are like going along with me on this journey of like self-discovery and what I can do and all that kind of jazz. So I hope you're enjoying the processes of things because you guys are like learning it with me. Seeing it all. I knew him when. All that kind of jazz. So why is this, oh, you know what? It's because I did not. Yeah, shoot. See? Screwed that up. Okay. That's fine. We'll work it. We'll work it. I had things on the wrong layers. Oops. Oops. Big oops. Hey Lilith, you're back again, huh? I'm doing okay. Earlier was a little bit rough, but I'm doing okay at this point. You missed quite a bit of stuff, little bit of drama action and stuff, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm just getting started with this. I was doing a piece earlier, and I don't know, I kind of like lost it, you know. Didn't like how it was coming out at all. I can show you what it was here so far. This dude right here. This is definitely more of a warm-up sketch kind of a thing. It really sucked, but yeah, we'll figure out maybe something with him at another time. But moved on into this, and this is what we've got so far with it. Otherwise, I mean, it's been an okay day. You know, it's just been kind of like, I'm exhausted, you know. Yeah, exactly. I could do another Tim Burton thing with him. That's probably what I'll do later on. But I'm just kind of like having an exhausted mental day kind of a thing, you know. So for whatever that's worth, you know. Yeah, Jolene's had shitty sleep today too. She slept really bad last night, and then she laid down earlier to go to sleep, and well, you see how that worked out. Slept an hour last night. Could not for the life of me get comfortable. Oh, beauty. Really? No. That's not good. No. Bad beauty, bad beauty. Jolene can usually sleep through a train. Like, no problem whatsoever. Her sleep the past couple of days has been really bleh.
Attention all personnel. Good news, reinforcements have arrived. As the drunk tank has been flushed, that is all.
Well, hey.
Is this literally talking about kissing a girl? Like, okay, no, never mind. I'm just gonna let that play.
Well, hey guys, how you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Come on in. My name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does, and hopefully you guys are having a really good day. Weirdness Master, thank you so much for the raid. And yeah, I appreciate you guys being here, man. So for those of you guys just encountering me for the first time, well, my name is Ira, and I am a blind guy. I try to do what I can with art as best as I can with the blindness on me, but it is what it is. So I am an artist, an author, music guy. I mean, you name it, I'm pretty much there. So yeah. So Punch is on the left, Pie is on the right. The waitress has been on her feet all day. Please leave her a tip, and otherwise, please avoid the soup. And thank you for visiting my little pit stop on the Information Superhighway. Have a seat, and I hope that you guys enjoy your stay. Right now, I am working on a little bit of a piece here. I don't know where it's going. I just kind of like started it at random to see what I could do, and kind of been doing a little bit of face practice the past couple of days because my vision has been changing a little bit again over the past couple of months, and I wanted to kind of like do a little bit of hyper focus on getting some face work done. Yeah, other than that, that's what I've got going on. So hopefully everybody out there is having a good time. How did the stream go, Weirdness? I was there a little bit ago, and I had to go because, well, I needed to get my thing started here. And I'm glad that my internet decided to kick back on again. I was very frustrated when it went out. I'm like, oh, great. Well, there goes my stream tonight. But thankfully it did not last as long as it could have.
And I think I already told you this, but there is fried/baked apples in there. Cinnamon apples. So I got Granny Smith apples, like they told me to, and I got, and I already had cinnamon, and I got some pecans, and I got a little bit of Bluebell vanilla bean ice cream. Yeah, he was having a meltdown.
I want some of that ice cream now. That ice cream sounds really good. So, yeah, right now, I don't know exactly where this piece is going. I just kind of like got started on it here in the past like 20 minutes or so, and I've just been like laying out some of the highlights and shadows and that kind of good stuff. Yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm doing with it, but we're going to try our best with it. If you guys are curious, this piece right here is one that I created last night on the stream. And I like how he turned out. I think he came out pretty cool. And then yesterday as well, I ended up doing this piece for you guys while live streaming. So you finished an emote and 2 stickers. Nice. Very cool. It always feels good to get some projects completed, definitely. Looks like an evil splinter. Yeah, a little bit. Little bit. Gonna continue working, but need to wind down for my shift tomorrow. Yep, totally understand. Well, you can lurk here as much as you want, or if you need to go, well, either way, thank you so much for bringing everybody along with you. I really appreciate it. Over here on this side of the screen, you can see a kind of running little screen saver, slideshow. That's the word I was looking for. A slideshow of some of the art projects that I have completed. Over on this side of things, you can see my wife's crochet work. She normally co-streams with me, but she basically had to bow out tonight because she felt too tired. So the real Deerheart, who's there in the chat room, that is my wonderful wifeling, who again kind of co-streams with us. But she does crochet work, and I really love her work. So I've got that on a little spinner for you guys as well. As you can see right now, there's an Ender Dragon that she created. She doesn't use patterns or anything like that. She just comes up with it all on the fly, and I think they turn out pretty cool. Right now, she's working on a Cthulhu doll that is really, really cool looking. So yeah, so that's what's over there. So and then right here is your host. He is the strangest person that he's ever met, but he tries to prove that every day. And either way, hopefully you guys are going to enjoy your stay here amongst the insanity. And then up there is what I'm working on. Isn't that something? So anyways, I don't have a plan as to where this is going to go. I don't know from moment to moment when I am doing artwork what's going to end up coming about. There's no hair on it yet or anything along those lines. I literally have just gotten the skull down and kind of working from there with things. But whatever happens. Just got done drawing in the spots where the eyes might go. I'm not sure if I'm satisfied with them yet or not, but we'll see what happens again as we progress a little further. Yeah. Kind of trying some new techniques to try to get some of the faces to work as I want them to. Mainly because, again, because of my vision issues, I cannot see faces. So I'm trying to kind of like relearn a little bit about what faces do and look like and stuff. Unfortunately, the way that my eyes work, my vision like shifts sometimes. So over the past couple of months, it's been going through another shift. And at this point in time, it's kind of like I have to retrain my brain on how to do the things that I want to do. So that's what I'm currently enduring. And you guys get to come along for the journey. Isn't that exciting? But I am an author as well. I have 14 books out there published. I have dozens of short stories published, all of them in the science fiction, horror, or fantasy genres, and sometimes combinations of the three. If you guys would like to check those out, those are at my website, originalworlds.com. And yeah, other than that, that's me. Also, for those of you guys who do streaming, I do have music available for you guys. I think if I do this command, will that work? That will not work. Why does that not work? That should work. Nothing works. Oh my God. Nothing works. I am entertaining the humans. I'm trying to entertain the humans anyway. But anyways, regardless, if you guys go to my SoundCloud, which is which one is it? It is. Come on, type error. There we go. I think I got the. I think I got it right. Come on now. Press enter. Oh, what? All right, am I connected with the account? That's why the bot's not working? Did the bot like... Oh, it disconnected due to really? Bot? Seriously? Okay, hold on. Let me restart my bot. Always a pain in the butt. Bots, you gotta love them, right? They're always a pain in the butt. Is it rude to push your teammates off the map? It is acceptable if they are randos and they are completely useless to you. Then yes, they are essentially cannon fodder to you, and you can do whatever you want. Only have 2 good teammates, and neither are available during the week. So right now I'm dealing with randos and want to push them off the map. Well, then there you go. Yep, exactly what I just said. Be cruel and unusual. There you go. Okay, let me try the music thing again. Maybe this one will work this time. Will you work? Why aren't you working? You idiot bot. Okay. There's the link. My goodness. Okay. So, that is my SoundCloud account. You guys can go there. You can find music to download. And they're on like playlists and stuff too. I have I think it's about 2 hours worth of music on there right now. So I do create music for you guys. It is all DMCA and copyright free. So, you can, make use of it for whatever purposes you want and whatever kind of things you want to do with it. I would love for you guys to be able to make use of it. So it is there freely available for you guys to use. And I can play one of the songs actually that I've created to go with what we're doing here. Let's try this one here. So there you go. It's just kind of like, nice little background kind of style sounds and all that kind of good stuff. So again, if you want to use it, it's up to you. It's there for free. Make use of it as much as you want. So other than that, let me go ahead and get back to the art here a little bit. So right now, and pardon my microphone sound, it's going to squeal in your ear. I'm sorry. There we go. I just needed to scooch a little bit closer again. So what I'm working on right now is this kind of like image of a woman who I think I want the lighting to come from this direction right here. And again, this is kind of like more just practice. I don't have any like drama set up on the scene yet, but I plan to. Like I'm gonna get there like eventually, right? But we're just not at that position quite yet. I'm just kind of like adding in the details of where I want like highlights and shadows to be and such at this point in time. So just kind of like going with maybe the like the feel of where the highlights should be, right? So nothing is like laid down in stone or anything like that as of yet. We're just kind of like laying down the highlights and blending it as best as we can. Yes, I am so glad that you're looking into doing some things as far as like art goes. That pleases my heart to no end, to know that I have like been in some kind of way responsible for helping you get inspired, really art to me is like it's an essential part of life and for a lot of people, and like some of us have it in our blood and some of us learn it over time because we like have a need to get something out, and so I'm glad that in some kind of way I can help you kind of find that again. It's like the greatest compliment you could ever give me. So I thank you. So I'm gonna give her kind of like this look, like she's kind of like wrinkling her brow a little bit, you know, not like extreme, you know, but like the way her eyes are currently shaped. I want her to like have that, you know, kind of like musculature is kind of in that zone, you know. I'm an inspiration. No, I'm not. I'm terrible. I haven't had an actual art program on my computer since 2008 when I left college. And you said you were going to go with the GIMP, which is a good one. It really is. It's a nice one to work with. It's a pretty close apocalyptic. I was about ready to say it's a pretty close apocalypse. It's a pretty close approximation of Photoshop. Like a lot of the things that are in there are really like you can slide back and forth between the two, you know, pretty easily. Well, this isn't one of my songs, but this is not too bad, I think. A little weird, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know about this song. A little weird, but we like weird here. They look like they're slightly amused by something they're trying not to laugh at. I like that thought. That could be.
See that the humans remain entertained until the end.
I'm trying to entertain them. I'm trying, Belial. Hi, Belial. How you doing? Never did art, by the way, before college. My high school pushed me into it. I wanted to do music. That's what I knew. I didn't do art until I was 35-ish. Somewhere in that zone. So I'm just kind of like trying to blend out some of these brush strokes here, so. Because you are an awesome human being / demonic creature. That's why. Yours is not to question why, it's just to accept. I've learned that over the years. That's the same way I am with my wife. I don't have an understanding of why she loves me, but she does, so I just have to accept it. I don't have a choice. She won't let me. He's your demonic creature, exactly. Rightfully so. You fought for and earned it. The song is very weird, but I kind of dig it in certain ways. I haven't heard this one. I've got like music that's on here that I've just never heard. Sounds weird, but yeah. Well, you know, sometimes darkness will show you the light. Can't see the light without the dark. Which, by the way, is an excellent song from Disturbed. The Hat Man, yes. I love the Hat Man picture. I was originally going to use that picture just for edification purposes. The reason why I created that picture was to use it as, good God, this freaking microphone stand. Anyways, I was going to use it as a cover for one of my books, the book Revenant. So I created it with that purpose in mind, but I ended up actually going with a different cover for the book, which still has a skull on it. I'll show you that one here. This is the cover that I ended up using. And I like how it came out, right? But make it bigger. There we go. So this is the cover that I ended up using, but I like how the Hat Man picture came out. I'm looking forward to seeing how that one comes out on print, you know? Like, I'm very curious to see how that one is going to end up, like, looking. Because there's a lot of little subtle details in it that are hard to catch, unless you're, like, looking at it close. And then you're like, oh, okay, that's kind of weird and cool. But I'm just hoping that it doesn't, like, have too much of a bleed to it. Here you go. This is the bigger version of the picture. Has a skull mask and wears a black fedora with it. That is cool. That is cool. So this is kind of like an approximation of it. That is awesome. That is definitely one of my favorite pictures that I've done, though. I love it. I love how it came out. Okay, so what I want to do with this at this point, besides throw it away, but what I want to do with this at this point is to like kind of like do something as far as the actual like legit highlights are concerned. So that I can get like the final idea of the lighting scheme, I guess you could say. So what I'm going to do is a little something different. So I'm going to, let's see, there's a couple of different ways that I can do this, right? So one of them is by doing like a layer adjustment and doing like a gradient, gradient overlay. And I can do it maybe as a, let's see. I don't want to do just like black and white. That'd be kind of boring, right? So let me see what I can do as far as a more of a reddish tone goes. We can try this and see what happens. I don't know. We'll give it a shot. Nope, that did not work. I did it wrong. I need to do a new layer as an overlay. I hit the wrong thing. That's the one I needed. I thought it looked a little weird having it there like that. And I want to do it as an angle, with the angle being maybe, yeah, like this, with it being reversed. And then I can choose that reddish kind of color and see how that'll look. I know it looks a little weird right now, but yeah, I want the highlight to be that direction. Yeah, then I can set it to overlay, and I'll do a filter on it to blur it. Right, and then I can, yes, I know. Then I can kind of like resize it a little bit, rotate it a little bit, kind of get it about where I want it to be. This like black line though, I'm not happy with. I don't know why that happened like that. I might have to do things a little different. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do things a little different. Let me do another one. I'll just start it over again here. Fill layer, gradient. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to figure out how I want it, you know. Yeah, we'll just do linear. That'll work. And then we'll do that same color, because that color was kind of cool working with it. Right. Set it so the highlight is over here. And then I really like this song. And then we'll scale it down a little bit so that it's more like this, perhaps. Then we can mess with the overlay layer and stuff. Okay. So then what we can do is kind of like adjust the opacity on it, so that it's a little less effective, you know, and try to adjust how we want it. Just trying it out. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but we'll see. All right, K80, thank you for being here. Be safe, have fun, and much love to you. I hope that you have a great night, day, existence, whatever it is that you have going on over there. And thank you so much for stopping by for a little while here. It's been my pleasure to have you here. So, need to catch up on the chat a little bit. Sorry, I was like distracted by trying to get this to work. Well, hopefully he wakes up on time there, Lilith. That's not good. Sounds like me lately. Trying to think if multiply or if overlay is going to be actually better. I'm not sure. Or even just soft light could work too, I guess. Or I might say hell with it and start it all over again. Okay, so here's what I can do. So what I'm going to do is do a layer mask on it and kind of like mask out the spots that I don't want it to be at. You know what I mean? So let's do that. Sorry, suddenly my throat decided to go blah. Right, so we can like kind of just unmask the certain areas that we want it to be. And this just kind of like helps to modify things a little bit for you, you know, so that you don't have to work as hard to get the shading and highlights to work when you want to have it like be a dramatic lighting kind of a scene, you know. So we can make it so that this light that's coming in from this direction is really like spotlighty instead of like ambient-y. Right, and we can leave this side of the face like more in the darkness. Yeah, something like that. And then we'll do it here on the body as well. Just to again kind of give that little bit of extra oomph to the painting. Okay, so I'm just trying to have a think here of what I want to do as far as like the eyes go. Do I want to make them look more realistic, or do I want to give them like more of a mysterious kind of a feel to them, or, you know, kind of like what do I want to do with the situation, you know? That's where we're at with it. So I'm going to like kind of do a little bit on the lighting here too. Just little touch-ups here. Why is that doing that? That's really weird. Really weird. Okay. Well, whatever. Run with it. Run with it. Suddenly big red eyeballs. Good enough. That'll work. Okay. So I'll go in and I'll do another layer here then. So I wasn't sure what to do with the background, but I'm actually not dissatisfied leaving it as it is right now. I just kind of want this to be more of a, you know, the drama of the light kind of a thing here. So eyeballs. What do you guys think I should do as far as the eyeballs goes? Let's get public opinion here. I want to do them a little bit stylized, you know, like I've been doing of late. So I'm not sure what I want to do, because right now the facial features are kind of like more realism kind of a thing, you know. So what do you think, my darling dear? Let's get your thoughts. they like drooping down? Fawn ears? Could be. I could maybe do fawn ears, yeah, something like that. So like something along these lines maybe? Like just giving you the shape, you know? Something along those lines, perhaps? Just to kind of like match where the brow is going here. Ollie. You're killing me, child. Yes, you are here. You are indeed here. Well, hello. How are you doing? Bleh. Where are you, Bleh? Why is your brain Bleh again? Are you needing us to hop off? I'm not sure if I'm sure about the green. Okay, so I need to take a little bite of something here. I'm getting a little hungry. So please pardon me as I chew on something. In the meantime, how's everybody else doing? What's going on with you? She's looking pretty scary right now. Yeah, it's fine. Sorry, guys. Give me just a minute here. Sorry, guys. I could feel my sugar crashing a little bit there, so needed to do something. This is looking super creepy at this point. Hey, welcome back, beauty. You haven't missed much, just me being frustrated with myself here. I say how much I'm hating this eye? I like that one. I like that one. Okay, what do you call a cow in an earthquake? A milkshake. Boo. Boo. It's the perfect joke. It's got everything.
Badondes.
It's the perfect joke. It's got everything. Who can say no to a milkshake? I'm saying frick it, and I'm covering that eye with the hair. Because I can. Frick it. That dang eye is killing me. It was making me grow to hate this image. And I don't want to hate the image. It's turning out kind of cool otherwise. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Screw it. The eye is gone. It is destroyed. I've just noticed. I don't think that my pen pressure is working. And I'm not sure why that would be. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure why that would be. Okay, give me a minute here, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out what might be going on with my pen. Well, that didn't work. Ah, there we go. Now I got it working. Don't know how, but somehow my pen pressures on my pen space got turned off, like automatically or something. I don't know, but yeah, now it's working. Okay, I see. This whole time I thought something was going on with it, but I thought maybe it was just me. Well, that's frustrating. Yeah. See, now it's working. Suddenly things are a lot smoother. Now I can blend. Of course, now I've been working on this image the whole time without it being on, so of course my hands got to get used to it again. And I've already ruined this image. I mean, I wouldn't say it's ruined, but I'm not too satisfied with the image. Like, I'm not super happy with it, but it's good practice if nothing else. Sorry, I keep bumping the microphone with my headset here, or my headphones. Sorry I haven't been saying too much. Just trying to work this image, trying to figure out what I need to do to it to be satisfied with it. But I'm not too satisfied with it. I mean, it's all right, you know, but definitely kind of one of those more practice-y kind of an image than anything for me. But that's okay. I mean, that's what we're all about here right now, right? If we get something usable out of it, then so be it. But, you know. But right now it's feeling a little bit like flat. I guess the best way I can put it. Maybe if I add some redness into things here, it might help out a little bit. I'll do that here real quick. It's probably still a little bright. Let's try that again. If I do it in soft light mode, that might work a little better. Yeah, it's a little better. I mean, I'm going to need to rebuild the image probably. A little bit. Well, I tell you what, I'm not too satisfied with it, but I mean, it's not bad. It was decent practice, you know. That was kind of like what I set out to do today. So, not horrendous. Not completely satisfying, but not horrendous either. But I'll save it. Maybe I'll work on it again and see what ends up happening. But in the meantime, I am getting a little tired, and I know my wife is as well. Yeah, I know it was the brush issues, and I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out like what. You know what I mean? But that's okay. I mean, tomorrow's another day. We'll get it started, and we'll figure out something. So that's okay. It happens. But in the meantime, I'm getting a little tired, and I know Jolene is too. And so I think that I'm going to go ahead and take off here. We can do a raid, though, before we do. Leave everybody here. Abandon you to your own devices. Let's go ahead and raid Fox and Bull. They are online right now. And yeah, we can run through that real quick and see how that goes. How's that sound to you guys? So I will be back again tomorrow, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as I always am. And probably Jolene will be back with me at that point in time. Maybe, hopefully. It's worth a shot, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, in the meantime, keep safe out there. Have fun. Thank you so much, as always, for being here. And, well, we'll talk to you again later.
Incoming customer detected.
Keep your eyes open, boys.
We need to have a serious talk.
Yeah, that was just some fucking Oregon